Okay. Um, okay, here, um, the Sherlock game reset its resolution, so I have to go back and do edit, transform, and fix it again. So yeah, give me just 1 or 2 more minutes. Okay, I think I got it fixed there. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, for some reason, when I reopened the game, the resolution reset itself. Oh yeah, so sorry about the wait here. Let's just get into live. Okay. Ad break is starting soon, so I'm going to let it run so it won't interrupt us too much. So yeah, ad break is starting soon, everyone. Okay, so you all should be back now. Welcome back here. But also, hello, Vickys, the Gringoid. This is Meg Moore here. And what we're going to do here on today is to play Sherlock Holmes Counseling Detective. So this is the first one. The one that we played, I think, last week was the second one. But it was some luck I managed to find the first one. So this one was made in 1991, mit Murdos Investors und later. So yeah, um, let us get into it here. So one moment, can you all see the game? Okay, let's see. Watch streak reach. Okay, Hugo has reached a 7-play stream streak. So yeah, wunderbar. Congratulations, Hugo, on your 7 stream streak. Dolly, it looks like you got rewarded 450 channel points there. So yeah, a big congratulations for you on your 7 stream streak today. Okay, you can't see the game clearly. Wunderbar.
I think you'll find these tools to be positively invaluable as you endeavor to help Holmes solve these cases. Choose an icon to hear a description.
I'm going to be honest, I just did that for the music. To be honest.
The Baker Street Irregulars are an untidy bunch of young street boys who happen to be on the proper side of the law. They have an undeniable knack for bringing back priceless bits of information in a fraction of the time it would take Holmes or myself. When you want to summons them, first choose the destination from your notebook or the directory, then choose the Irregulars. In no time at all, they will return with whatever details they were able to unearth.
But also, I'm going to play this because, in case you weren't here for part 2, or I guess volume 2, for Sherlock Holmes Counseling Detective, this is what probably made that you would play the game.
Choosing this icon puts a notebook at your fingertips. I believe you'll find that your notebook is your greatest detective tool. Use it to keep track of names and places that you believe you might want to investigate. When you do decide upon a person to question or a place to research, first go to your notebook, choose the appropriate name, then choose the horse and carriage. You will be off and running. Because the Baker Street Regulars are often critical to solving a case, I've included them in your notebook. Use them wisely. This gives you access to the London Directory. In it, you will find everyone you need to query in your attempt to solve these cases. The directory is also the source for your notebook. You may also use the directory much like your notebook. First, choose your intended destination, then choose the horse and carriage, and you'll have another way to get from one place to the next. Mr. Holmes' files provide a wealth of information that he has been collecting over the years. Some of it is quite pertinent to the various cases, and some of it offers simply a fascinating and informative sidelight. When you want to access the files, first choose the destination from your notebook or the directory, then choose here when you want to see what relevant information Holmes might already have at hand. This gives you access to the London Directory. In it, you will find everyone you need to query in your attempt to solve these cases. The directory is also the source for your notebook. You may also use the directory much like your notebook. First, choose your intended destination, then choose the horse and carriage, and you'll have another way to get from one place to the next. Choose this horse and carriage after you have chosen your destination from either your notebook or the directory. It will take you where you want to go. When you believe you have directed Holmes to all of the right and proper places, and you have enough information to name the murderer and the motive, choose this icon.
Okay, but also, yeah, I just really love the music.
London is not a beautiful city.
Here you go, sir.
Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy. We find this publication to be of invaluable assistance in our investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, 2 groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
So you can tell that this was made first because in the older one, it wasn't like this, but also the wallpaper was a bit lighter. So you can tell that this was the first volume because just the way that everything looks like. Right? So,
Head clerk Disraeli O'Brien is your contact in the Office of Records. The Office
also
of
you
Records
can tell
contains
from the
legal records,
pictures
both criminal
that
and
it's a
civil,
bit
as well as
earlier.
state papers. I think you'll find O'Brien to be a walking, or should I say sitting encyclopedia of the office's affairs.
And you can tell that this was made around late 1990s, 1991, because again, this came out 1991. But you can tell from the art style from Volume 2-1 that we have made that there is a noticeable difference. They improved a lot in the next game. Yeah, nothing wrong with this one, but it looks nice here, only, but you can see the progress that they did. Both art styles and the way that they look are nice, only. Don't want anyone to think that I'm shitting on this one, but they both look good, but you can see how much they progress. Probably as the operating systems or MS-DOS would improve as well, would allow for higher-end graphics.
Mr. Henry Ellis is the foreign news editor for the London Times. He is a great reservoir of information of what's happening on the continent. He also has an interest in crime news. Ellis is always happy to help when he can, but you must be careful of what you tell him, or you might find what you've confided to him in the next day's Times. Porky is not a pillar of society, I dare say, but he is a man who has learned from his mistakes and is trying to start a new life. Although he is no longer in prison, he is still behind bars, or shall I say, a bar.
Jolly good one, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Well, the bar in question is the Raven and Rat Inn. Porky is the proprietor. He has been of great help to us in the past, and I expect he will continue to be in the future.
Let's see.
Edward Hall is a young barrister whom you will find on most days at the Old Bailey. He's a cut above the other unimaginative members of his profession.
Holmes, don't you think you should explain to them the difference between a barrister and a solicitor?
Yes, of course, Watson. A solicitor handles the routine legal business of our society. If you do not have to go before a court, you will have no need for a barrister. If you must go before a court, then your solicitor would engage the services of a barrister.
Okay, so do you make?
Sir Jasper is the chief medical examiner for St. Bartholomew's Hospital. He is London's greatest forensic pathologist. You can depend on him for all the technical details that can be obtained from any corpse whose cause of death is in question.
If you remember from the first claim, this is the guy that had what we call the perfect timing. In other words, this is the guy that told us that the person did not have smoke in his system. But after I stated my theory, it's actually one that I posted through Twixter/X. I'm getting it uploaded to YouTube, but there's so much backlog of stuff I need to upload that I'm trying to get the shorts out of the way first, but also update my channel. But yeah, that's the guy that gave us that perfect timing, Mr. Meek.
This gentleman is the head chemist at Scotland Yard Criminology Laboratory. It is rumored that Murray lives in the lab. He is eternally bent over one of his tables trying to extract the history of a crime from the physical evidence he's been given. You can learn much from old HR if you can follow the twists and jumps of his thinking.
Yeah, the guy who destroyed my theory. I share that with my friends in Discord, and they were like, you were literally a second away from being wrong. And that's true, I was literally seconds away from being wrong. But it's like the timing. But also remember, Mr. Murray is a chemist, but he has a brother who's an art expert. Because remember from the Volume 2 game, there are two Murrays. There's this Murray with his brother who is an art professional. So yeah, do remember that in case any mysteries require art professionals only. But in this VTuber fandom, we love Mr. Meek. Because also I just realized the magnifying glass, it literally zooms into the pictures. I remember that from the second one, but I just noticed it also in Volume 1 here. Because that's such an advanced thing to do, I wouldn't think that it would be in Volume 1. But it looks like it is. I do love that. You can zoom in and see the parts that the magnifying glass is on.
Quentin Hogg is a crime reporter for the Police Gazette. He is an ex-police inspector who found the environment of Scotland Yard less than stimulating. He has a strong deductive mind and is a very good resource.
Impressive and gentle detail. Yeah, but also, remember, you have to realize this game was made in 1991. Volume 2 was made in 1992, but I think Volume 3 was made much later in 93/94, I think. But you have to realize, these games are over 30 years old. If you start with WoW, these games are officially 35 years old. They're older than me, because I'm 31 on the IRL. Like, and they're older than Mekamo, because Mekamo is like 21, 22. My VTuber model. Like, you have to admit, for a game such as this series, they put in the work, really. Like, you can even see the shine on the table. Will you see the shine on the table here? Like, look at the shine here on the table. Like, really impressive. And you see, they didn't reuse assets. Every single person here has their own, I mean, there is top one who has a picture. But they all have their own style of playing. Yeah, it's so impressive and amazing. For a 36-year-old game. Like, holy.
If I can't find something in my own files, I go and examine the overflowing shelves of the Great London Library. It is a wealth of information.
Let a bit more love than some other game. Yeah, holy.
Ah, Scotland Yard. If the Yard knew how to examine evidence with any skill, there would be no need for our services. Inspector Lestrade is the pick of a bad lot. But it is true they may be a source of valuable information. After all, the professional police have methods for gathering facts that are not open to us.
Like, you also have to realize we're 30 minutes into this game, and we haven't even started to play it, because we're here in the introductions. Like, that's amazing.
This is a records office housing documents pertaining to births, marriages, deaths, and last wills and testaments. Now here is a person who usually gets in the last word. Langdale Pike is a human reference work on social scandal, especially on the London scene. He contributes bits of gossip to the garbage papers that cater to an inquisitive public.
Okay, yeah, we're literally 30 minutes into this game, and we haven't even started the three main chapters. So yeah, we have the Mummy's Curse, the Mystified Metalist, and the Thin Soldier. Which one do we want to do first? Well, because it is your 7th stream watching streak, I'll let you choose. Oh, we're going with the big one. The Mummy's Curse. Okay. So let's do the Mummy's Curse.
What rubbish! What balderdash!
You must have read something terribly disturbing, Watson, for you to be so overwrought this early in the morning.
Indeed, Holmes. It's irresponsible of the Times to play upon people's superstitions.
Ah, you must be referring to the affair of the Mummy's Curse.
Has the entire city in an uproar. 3 men dead, and they expect us to believe that a 4,000-year-old mummy was the murderer. I'm surprised you haven't taken some interest in this case, Holmes.
To the contrary, my dear Watson. I have made some inquiries, because I dare say I do believe this murderer is a much younger chap.
Yeah, I'm curious about it though, because when it stands on the stats of, is there such thing as a Mummy's Curse? I'm like, yes and no. I have to say I lean more towards yes, because there is a supernatural part of it, but also you are dealing with someone tactical spirits with love and respect. And if you desecrate that, like other people that explore those to understand it, but like if you just go in and just rob, like with no respect for them, there's going to be a curse like black market or something like that. I believe there's going to be a curse with it because they're taking parts or something from a tomb, minus archaeologists, because many archaeologists are truly respectful to the country and work, but for those with greed on their mind, that greed is going to be what powers those that are no longer here to hunt you down and curse you. So yeah, I know a bit stuff. A Mummy's Curse can actually be real, but sometimes it can be someone delivering justice and clear in on behalf of it. So yeah. Hmm. So we have 3 people murdered. You know what? Let's take a look at the London Times. If I had to guess, because we don't know, maybe they said the date, but let's try April, because they're Fridays. But also you have April the 11th and April the 12th. You're just missing a Friday the 13th. So this doesn't mean to tie April the 12th. Let's try this one. Welcome home, Violet. Regretted not keeping appointment. Will you forgive me and arrange again? Okay. Oh, okay. What do they made up a story to cover the murder? Oh, yeah, that could be it. Definitely. Digit anyone who can give information as to the family or relatives of Jacob Fidget, who was last heard of as serving in the United States. Steamship Dakota is requested to communicate with Conicom und Travenport, Solicitors 13, Chancery Lane, Lincoln's Inn London, Westchester. To know something to his advantage. Maybe not interesting. Which will place her in a media position to gain a competency. Will support herself and mother. Aw, I hope she gets it. Oh, the cease. Hold on. The administrative stray of called G.A. Underwood. The cease sold the above ice house and hold the net proceeds on behalf of the subscribers. Hmm. Hmm. That could be something. We got 5 ostriches, 4 different varieties, ornamental water flow for the bowl. Someone selling ostriches. Second-hand sporting gun. That could be something. Hmm. Okay, I'm not saying anything here. Let's try a different date. Let's try. Let's try the other one. So please tell me because they're both Friday. I got tax Friday, but you have 11 on them. But if they had a Friday the 13th, that would have been awesome. So let's try this older one here. So let's tell me April. Okay, let's see. Money. London. Fine. Something like mommy. Mutual fund. Huh. Nothing here? Well, think it will be. Oh. Hmm. Ah, here it is. Okay. Mommy strikes again. The body of James Van Dyke. Right, James Van Dyke. was discovered late yesterday in the room he was preparing for the British Museum's exhibit of newly discovered artifacts from the tomb of Katowice mummy. The archaeologist was found strangled. Around his neck were linen bandages of the type used by the ancient Egyptians in wrapping mummies. The Banks is the third murder to be associated with the mummy Katowice in the past 6 weeks. The archaeologists had accompanied the London University sponsor expedition. Let's see. Oh, Egypt. Okay. Well, we have a name. Vindebank. The third one was James Vindebank in the British Museum's exhibit. So he was affiliated with the British Museum. Of Katowice mummy. He was found strangled. Remember, strangled with linen bandages, believed to be the same from the mummy's tomb. And he is associated with the London University that did the expedition. So we got a lot here. Okay, that makes me wonder, because he's the third one, if this is the third one in 1889, then the other two must have definitely happened before that date. So we need to look at newspapers from before this date. So it's 1889 April of the third victim. So we need to look at past newspaper. Let's see, first here, one of 1888. Let's see. What was 1888? Okay, we got one, two. Let's try February. Let's see if February has anything. And then we'll see about July, and then August, and then March. Okay. First. On the 20th at Otto Cottage. Interesting. Okay, Otto Cottage. Oh wait, that's his birth. Okay. Marriages, okay. Yes, okay. Living child, that's a 1-year-old. That's not one of our victims. It's a victim, not ours. Funerals, holidays or funerals. Okay. Massage und electricity. Perfect instruction in the Muslim rule system given by a lady experienced practicing under the first medical men and London first 4 lessons 4 guineas. Patient attended London owned facility. Mrs. E 115 Queen's Road, Bayswater. Okay. That's interesting. Dr. Sayers Magic Elixir. Models thought, You know what's funny? Back in the day, Egyptian mummies and Egyptian remains were used for ailments. So Dr. Slayer may be a part of this. So yeah, let's keep an eye on Dr. Slayer. Because back in the day, the bones or body parts of mummies were used for elixir purposes. So Dr. Slayer may be on this bed, so I'm going to keep an eye on Dr. Slayer because of what he's telling here. Musical boxes. Yeah, it's full. It's full. All the many cultures or villages still do it, but instead of using mummies from Egypt, they use a thread or the enemies of the thread. So it's like stand out everywhere. Because it's supposed to give the properties or elixir or health of your enemy or of your four ancestors. So yeah, the more you know. The more you know, Polly. So Dr. Sayers is on my watch list because of the elixir Tati's talking about. Would you have so many people dead? The cholera. Oh. So the cholera returns for the past 24 hours. It is, okay. This is weird. They may have something unclear. Or point of starting has not released something. Wait, why was he arrested? Oh, misappropriated a bond and tossed it to his hair. Okay. Ordered material which a dealer in an iron had bought from the government at the public auction was being discharged at the purchaser place of business. A 9-inch shell, supposed but erroneously, will have been totally unloaded, first in the middle of another 16 persons, 4 children were killed. We have received the following telegram, made of fire, New York. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, oh, we got something here. Little Egypt makes a hit. Last night the Diwali was the scene of a novelist's advertisement. Little Egypt had Alja on the beautiful exponent of the grateful, centuries oriented trans, all winter, and they did all pleasant with her venture, entertain. Yeah, I'm going to hydrate soon. Early display by a nimble finger pianist who was up in profound music sounded the opening chorus of the wicked dance, and with the writhing, untwisting body, little Egypt stepped up the measure while the men looked on with open mouths astonishment. Louder and louder making the piano more and more rapidly, the abdominal muscles of the concert twitched. Her eyes gleamed with the excitement of it all on her bosom. Heaved with tantalizing liquidity. The clash of chords, the tone ceased, and the wind were left with silence broken only by long drawn-out sighs from a couple of the gentlemen. You'll see how I emphasize her bosom. Heaved, heaved her bosom. And I don't know what they're talking about. This is Little Egypt, who is a sensual dancer from Egypt. Because there's such a rise in Egyptian novelty here in this time frame, of course she's coming over to play her own version. Her bosoms heave, heave the bosom. Did you hear that, Total? Her bosom heaved. Okay, I'm done. Hmm. Burglaries, okay. Okay, so I guess this is a warning about anyone trying to burglarize. Hmm. I am. Yeah, girls. Okay. There is nothing here about the murders. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I don't think anything really happened. Hmm. Okay, let's try another date. July 4th. Um, let's see. Hmm. Yeah, so there's not really that much information. Hmm. Okay, Gutenberg Joe's fallen. There's not a lot. The body of Cosmopolitan, the high bio artist who built his head. Okay, that's something different. Hmm. Let's try August. It has to something in August. August manages and okay. Also remember, if it says someone died of consumption, that's tuberculosis or TB. If it says like someone died of consumption, just know it means tuberculosis. Okay, we have something here. Okay. Recent excavations in Egypt at the London University College on Wednesday afternoon for an appreciative audience. Dr. Ebenezer, remember that name, Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull delivered a lecture which dealt with the history of excavations, fundamented by which they might be most notable by conducted Dr. Turnbull and archaeologist James Van der Bank. Okay, so we have Dr. Turnbull, James Van der Bank, and Andrew Weatherby. Remember those names. We know about James Van der Bank. He died by strangulation. So we have Dr. Turnbull, archaeologist James Van der Bank, and Andrew Weatherby. So, three people. Mark Suspicion excavating Carteret Stone at the head of the Valley of the Kings near Karnak and Luxor. Saturday's lecture was illustrated by the photographs shown on the screen by the electric light, which showed vividly and distinctly not only the work done at its various stages, but this modus operandi, the conditions under which work of this character must be carried on, only instruments necessary for the purpose. And enable those present to realize that in a classical study as the science, there is an ample bill of experiment, and there is an ample bill of discovery open to the individual. Okay. Oh, goodness. Dr. Turnbull preached this lecture by an explanation of the real objects of these excavations. In this way, whatever may have given a first stimulus for such extras, the primary motive was certainly not to find or keep pleasure, any more than it was the aim of the astronomer to possess the star. The modern archaeologist was as little to be confounded with the treasure seeker as the mineralogist was with the gold miner. His aim must be to restore to life the monuments of bygone times and bring vividly before us in the various phases of ancient societies, whether civilized or and uncivilized. Ooh. Okay, we got three names. So we got something here. So the next one was March. So this time March. Hmm. We found something. Latest intelligence from our correspondents. Archaeologists dead in mummy's home. Karnak March 4th. Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, organizer of the Kakabat home expedition, was found dead in the home early this morning. The The inner chamber was reached early in the year after much typical labor. On the year after much typical labor, on the archaeologists were quite ecstatic. Are already excellent condition of the sarcophagus, chambers, artifacts, and the Katabat mummy itself. The party was in the final weeks of his work in the area of disaster struck. Mr. Turnbull had worked late into the night, remaining in a chamber alone. After other members of the party had retired for the night, his body was discovered by Mr. Andrew Weatherby. On another of the project archaeologists, Mr. Turnbull had been strangled to death. Ancient linen bandages were found around his neck. So they're all tied the same way. So they had the feeling the other person that was on the expedition probably tied the same way. He just passed through. So now we have three people that are tied the same way in different areas. All strangulation, all with linen bandages affiliated with the expedition of Kakavets home. You know what? I can see how someone thinks this is a murder. Like not murder, but a curse. You have all three individuals trying the same way in different places at different times with the same linen bandages from Katavat's mummy or Katavat's tomb. Like, holy, I can understand how some people think it's a curse. Wait, wait. I just realized, how would they bring the things over from the excavation? Yeah, maybe there's pressure involved. You know what? Let's look at the shipping company. Because you have to remember, they came back from an expedition, an excavation. They're going to have to use a shipping company to bring back over anything that they bring back. So I think we need to see what's going on with the shipping companies there. Let's see. Shipping. Okay. We have a lot here. Aberdeen Navigation and Southampton. Okay, shipping register. West Indian. I, I mean, what is a navigation company? One is shipping register. Let's try this one.
Here is a passenger list you requested, sir. Here is a passenger list you requested, sir.
Okay, I had to take a picture of that. So we have a passenger list. But you see, there were a lot of names as well, so I think we need to start finding those people. And here's the list. Abdullah al-Assad, Akram Barney, Louise Finwick, Meryl Finwick, Philip Travis, Anthony Erbalu, Anton Vedemy, Clarissa Vedemy, und James Vindeback. Okay, I think we're going to go down the list, so Abdullah will guide him first.
Well, Holmes, I checked in with Mr. Al-Sad's manservant and...
And you discovered that Mr. Al-Sad was not at home.
But however did you know that?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I noticed some crumpet crumbs from the corner bakery stuck to your lapel. You haven't been gone long enough to stop for tea and interview anyone at length.
Most observant.
Okay, so Assad is not at home, so he could still be a suspect. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe there was pleasure involved because black market mummy items or excavation items can sell fully, especially for a collector or someone buying on behalf of the collector. Yeah, maybe finding fully. Let's see, who was next? I think there was an F. Oh, Akram, Mr. Farmy. Farmy, oh yeah, Farmy.
Hello? Is anyone there? Mr. Farmy, are you at home?
Apparently so, Watson. Look,
Oh, what ghastly business. Everyone will assume the mummy has struck again.
hardly a plausible assumption. This poor fellow has a knife in his back and not a scrap of sheeting about his neck.
How very observant, Holmes.
Ring up Scotland Yard. This case is simple enough for them to solve.
You've solved it already.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Obviously, it was the butler.
Butler? What butler?
Exactly my point. A man as wealthy as Akram Farmy would always have a manservant about him. After the foul deed, this one obviously beat a hasty retreat.
Oh. So now we have a portrait, but not by the curse, by maybe a butler or someone eternal. Oh wow. Oh. Let's check Finvic. Okay, I'm looking at the Polaroid, look at the names. There's a Finvic. Was it? I think it was Louise Finvic.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the death of old
whatever his name was. Andrew Weatherby. Fact is, I only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And I'll tell you, I resented the first officer's questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? Her high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier.
Okay, I just got to know this so fast. Okay, as they're starting, I'm going to pause the movie. Okay, first time chatter. Umra, welcome. Hello, is going by airplane Sherlock Holmes, the constantly detective. Feel free to lurk. You will still get channel points from lurking. If you won't, check out their tool everything. It's the red heart and the top right. You can do many things for free if you don't want to use channel points. So while you're lurking, you can have some fun with the tall everythings again. If your own fish is in the top right, it's a red heart. There are tons of things that I have made free. So you guys don't have to use channel points if you want to redeem or something higher. Because slowly I want to give you all the free things. Okay, so out of respect, I pause the video.
Mumsy.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the death of old... whatever his name was.
Andrew Weatherby.
Fact is, I only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And I'll tell you, I resented the first officer's questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? Her high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier. Mumsy will be with you in just a moment, Dickiekins. He's a bit under the weather, you know. That's why we were only able to stay in Egypt for 2 weeks. Dickie was so disappointed. He so wanted to see the Sphinx.
Mr. Holmes is not interested in your incessant whining, Louise.
Oh, now I whine, do I? There was a time you thought I had a lovely speaking voice. It's true, Mr. Holmes. He once adored me.
No doubt.
Oh, for the love of God, Louise, spare us your blubbering.
Okay. Woo. So, okay. So, they were on the expedition for 2 weeks. They couldn't bring the dog. So the dog is sick. But yeah, what I take from this is that maybe they didn't want the dog to come because the dog near artifacts may not really go well, especially for very fragile artifacts. And don't remember, she said he is a Yorkie. That's a small dog breed. So imagine having a dog that's not one of the trained sea dogs on the expedition. It can cause complications and problems. So let's see. What else was on the list? Yeah, they go wild. I think we need to speak to the guy here, Mr. Hogg. He's the crime person. So he's like the crime writer, but also the crime person at the precinct. Maybe someone got arrested.
Now, the thing what does strike me as odd is the passenger list of the Eastern Empress. Now, I'm not saying it has anything to do with the mummy murders, mind you, but it was a bit out of the ordinary.
What was Hogg?
Akram Palmi, for starters. He's a well-known importer, he is. For a price, a considerable price by all accounts, he can acquire whatever one's heart desires, be it jewels, art objects, or even wild animals, if that's what you fancy. I'd say he was on board that ship to transport something very valuable.
The presence of one high-powered importer on a London-bound vessel is hardly reason for suspicion.
Right-o. But Abdullah al-Saad was also on board.
Oh, yes. The well-known agent for the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire.
You never miss a trick, do you, Holmes? Well, whatever it was what Fahmy was carrying, I'd say it was something those Turks wanted to get their hands on.
So we were a bit right. There maybe was someone here trying to get items to sell. Remember what he said? The Ottoman Empire on someone as well was a well-known importer. So it may be what you think it was, Hugo. Pleasure involved. Okay, next on the list was... oh wait, the London Library, London University. Let's go to the London University or Library. Let's see. Okay, yeah, University of London.
They had absolutely no information pertaining to this case.
I thought not, Watson. It appears that we've wasted our time.
Huh? Okay, let's find the London Library. Because they talked about the university, but also the library. Sorry.
Here it is, Holmes. Egyptian mummies are embalmed bodies preserved to facilitate their resurrection. Many mummies have been found, and they are almost always the bodies of pharaohs. The pharaohs believed that one day their bodies would be brought back to life. See History of Egyptian Mummies by Pettigrew, London, 1834.
Very good, Watson.
Okay, let's see. So that's fascinating. So I think we need to go to Mr. Meek. We need to go to Mr. Meek here.
Beg your pardon, but could I have a word with you, Sir Jasper?
Ah, Dr. Watson, of course. Are you investigating the death of Samuel Sneed? I just finished with him.
No, we're interested in James Windibank.
Ah, the mummy's latest victim, of course. Who hired Holmes for this one? King Tut?
Oh, that's a jolly good one. Actually, we don't have a client on this one.
Just for fun, eh? Well, about the only thing I can tell you is that that mummy has very powerful hands.
What do you mean?
The trachea was crushed along with one of the vertebrae of the neck. Death was instantaneous. Snap.
What that means is that usually when you choke someone, depending on the strength of the person, you can break the trachea or even the spine from behind the neck. What that means is that this was someone who was so strong that they broke the trachea with any affiliated areas, or they put a lot of force on that strangulation. So we're looking for someone that has a lot of strength to strangle someone, or someone who used something to strangle someone so tight for so long it broke their trachea, but also anything else.
But the paper's reports say that there were mummy wrappings found round the neck.
Just window dressing. Without question, it was bare hands. The bruises and the way that the vertebrae was crushed leave no doubt about that.
Thank you very much for your time, Sir Jasper. We're very much appreciative.
Not at all, Watson. You will let me know when you've convicted the mummy.
Beg your pardon?
Well, so I can perform an autopsy on him. Would be most fascinating, don't you think?
Okay, so we also got something else here. The person was strangled before the linen bandages were even on him. So, what that means is that the person was strangled, but because strangulation leaves marks or can leave DNA, they put the linen bandage on top of it to hide it. So that way, if anyone saw it, they would think that it came from the linen bandages breaking everything. Wow. So someone went through a lot of stuff to hide the strangulation marks, which means this is probably not their first time. I think we need to go to the scientist, Murray, because he may have traced some DNA from those bandages.
Pettigrew wrote this book over 50 years ago, and there's still nothing better on the subject. Fascinating. Just fascinating. And what can I do for you today, Whitson?
It's Watson, sir.
Watson, yes, of course.
We're interested in what you may have learned about this mummy case.
Oh, so these days it's mummies you're chasing down with that fella Helms.
It's Holmes, sir.
This is what I said now, isn't it, Whitson?
Yes, I believe you did, sir.
Let me show you what I found so far. This is the bit of linen that was found round the neck of James Windibank. I examined it thoroughly, and it is quite old, perhaps thousands of years. However, it is not the murder weapon.
Are you certain of that?
Aye. The linen is quite old, but it's not at all strong enough to strangle a grown man.
Very interesting, sir.
I also found something quite fascinating. Take a look through this glass. Do you see those short hairs on the fabric?
They look precisely like hairs.
Of course they look like hairs. But what kind of hairs? They're not human hairs. They're dog hairs. Now, look at this. This piece of linen was found round the neck of the victim on board the ship. Well, his name was Leatherby or something. It is also quite old, and on it I found more hairs.
More dog hairs?
No, my dear man, monkey hairs. I've not yet been able to identify the precise species, but it's just extraordinary, isn't it?
Quite. But what do you think it all means?
Well, I'm not the sort who likes to jump to conclusions, Whitson. But I can assure you that neither of these bandages were the murder weapons.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the bandages that they got from the ship are little bandages, but the one had monkey hairs, which would be the area in Egypt, because there are monkeys, of course, in Egypt, and parts of it. But also, the one around Windebank's neck had dog ears. Oh, do we know who has a dog? But remember, Yorkies can steal shit, or from trimmings, like if we got a haircut or trim. So, one of the ship fabrics of the mummy is of the thick monkey hair, but the one around Windebank's neck was dog hair, dog hair. We only know one person so far who has a dog. So I'm checking the list here. Ramsey, Herman.
We had just come through a rather grueling storm, so I sent my first officer, Luther Tenney, down into the hold to check on the condition of the cargo. He reported back post-haste that Mr. Weatherby was lying dead among the Egyptian artifacts we were transporting. I turned over the helm to Tenney and went below to have a look for myself.
And did what you see confirm Teddy's report?
Unfortunately, yes. Weatherby was lying next to that coffin, or whatever it's called, apparently strangled. I went back to the bridge and put Tenney in charge of the investigation.
And what did he uncover?
Well, you'll have to ask him for the specifics, because I can scarcely recall the details.
Okay, so now we know the fate of Weatherby. Weatherby died on the ship, and was strangled the same way. But he had monkey hair on his linen. Again, that would have been a part of Egypt, because Egypt has monkeys' hair. They also have dogs. Was murdered on the hair on the bandage was dog hair. So we have the professor who died at the tomb, strangled. Benjamin who died on the ship, strangled, monkey hair. Then Windebank who died. Okay, we're back, everyone. We're back. Sorry about that. But yeah, we have Windebank who died in London, in the United Kingdom, give or take. And he had oh dear, one moment. Okay, we're back, everyone. We're back. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, is everyone back? So sorry, the weather is hot here. So sometimes the network likes to turn itself off and on again. But yeah, is everyone back here? Is everyone back? Sorry about that. Hot weather here, so the network likes to turn itself on and off sometimes. Is everyone back? Hello? Bumra, are you all here? Just wanted to make sure before we resume the game here. Okay. Okay, but yeah, what I was stating is this. Because we disconnected, I'm going to play the video again.
We had just come through a rather grueling storm, so I sent my first officer, Luther Tenney, down into the hold to check on the condition of the cargo. He reported back post-haste that Mr. Weatherby was lying dead among the Egyptian artifacts we were transporting. I turned over the helm to Tenney and went below to have a look for myself.
And did what you see confirm Teddy's report?
Unfortunately, yes. Weatherby was lying next to that coffin, or whatever it's called, apparently strangled. I went back to the bridge and put Tenney in charge of the investigation.
And what did he uncover?
Well, you'll have to ask him for the specifics, because I can scarcely recall the details.
Okay. So if you're just joining us here, the weather is getting bad here, so my network disconnected, but I had to reconnect. So far of this week, it's been like that. It's why sometimes the same text connects and then reconnects. But yeah, we should be back now. So what he stated is that our second victim was strangled near the pharaoh's sarcophagus, but he hardly remembers what happened after. But to be honest, he is a hard person, but seeing something like that, you're not prepared for, unless you've been through the wars. But, yeah, if you're just joining us back, the weather is kind of bad here. So many times, it might disconnect. Luckily, next week it'll be better. So I'm wondering here because he seems like a tricky man. Let's go ask Porky, the pub owner. He may have heard something.
There was a couple of blokes in here just a fortnight ago what mentioned the Eastern Empress. Never seen 'em before, haven't seen 'em since. One was a swarthy fellow, Arab unless I miss my guess. The other was an old English gent. I overheard 'em say something about a bird and later caught the name of the ship. I hope that helps you. Care for a drink here?
Okay, so yeah, Hugo may be right. He may be dealing with someone selling, black market goods or selling artifacts to, someone. Because there was an Arabian person, but also there was an older British gentleman. Okay, so the next person is going to be Luther. Benny. So Luther Benny.
Let me tell you, a murder, even by a 4,000-year-old mummy, was only one odd thing in a string of bad luck on this voyage.
What sort of bad luck?
It all started with the crew, really. Seamen were a rather superstitious lot to begin with, and the idea carrying about a 4,000-year-old mummy had them shivering in their timbers. We almost faced a bloody mutiny. Then there were the passengers, a strange lot. I can tell you that reporter fellow, Travis, did us no service at all with his mystic mumbo-jumbo. He and Professor Winterbank had a regular war of words going on about whatever powers this mummy was supposed to have. And there was the two Arabs.
Arabs? Interesting. Do you recall their names?
I should hope I do. One was called Balmy. He always carried around this curious little box. No clue what was in it, but Balmy never let it out of his sight. The other one's name was Al Sard, and he spent most of his time lurking about watching Balmy. My guess is he wanted that box.
Sounds like you had your hands full.
I haven't even told you about the fight yet between Mr. Weatherby and Mr. Arubaru.
Over what?
Weatherby's wife, I'd say, though they were a tight-lipped lot about it.
I see. Tell me, Lieutenant, we understand that you were the first person to discover the body.
Yes, sir, I was. Captain Ramsey sent me down to inspect the hold. And I went immediately over to them Egyptian crates. Professor Winterbank was particularly anxious about him, you know.
Could you describe the scene as you remember it?
I'll never forget it. I just made my way to the back of the hold, and I noticed at the top of them crates, the one what carried the mummy's coffin was raised up kind of funny like. The coffin lids laid off to one side, and there was Mr. Weatherby, all sprawled on the floor, next to a bowl of ashes. He'd been strangled by a length of the mummy's sheeting. It's bloody gruesome, I tell you. Poor bloke's eyes popped out like a couple of sausages on a hot iron skillet.
Quite a vivid picture, don't you agree, Holmes?
Quite. And you reported this to Captain Ramsey straight away?
Absolutely. In fact, the captain put me in charge of the entire investigation.
And what did you discover? Did anybody have any contact with Weatherby on the night of the murder?
Not that I know of. I could account for all the crew. And the passengers were in their cabins as far as anyone knew or would say. Nobody saw anything, heard anything, or knew anything. Besides, Weatherby was seasick from the beginning. He stayed pretty much in his cabin all the time. Maybe that's why the lovely young Mrs. Weatherby was gallivanting about.
With Uruburu?
Yes, indeed.
And what of the bowl? Where is it now?
The bowl?
With the ashes.
Oh, yes. You know, now that you mention it, I don't recall ever seeing it again.
Also, it is better known to the prince is that there is not a bar here to go to change the time of the video. So like in Volume 2, it had a little bar here to go back to a certain point. In Volume 1, it wasn't have that. But we learned a lot here. So when he went down there, the coffin lid was off, but also a plate was open. And to the right was the body of the victim with a bowl of ashes. Oh yeah. And the crew were very superstitious. Welcome back. Yeah, let me put it in here. So we have a superstitious crew. Oh, Advig. Advig. Okay, you guys should be back now in a couple of seconds. Oh yeah, in a couple of seconds we'll all be back together. Okay, you all should be back now and go back to the thing. Okay, so from what we know is that the ship crew were superstitious. You had the importer, you had the other Arab, who was always holding a box. You had the other crew members. You had Mr. Lenny, who discovered the second victim's triangle. He stated that the coffin of the mummy was removed and another crate was opened. So it could be that the second victim may have spotted someone down there and he knows who it is. And maybe other people as well know who it was. So because of that, someone is murdering the witnesses or people affiliated with the expedition. Just in case the second victim may have told someone about what they saw, but he can't now because he's dead. Okay, let's go to Philip Thomas.
So you've been reading my articles in the Times. I'm honored. What do you think of them?
Quite interesting. You've clearly been following the murders quite closely.
If you don't know, Philip Thomas is the one who was writing the articles in the newspaper. So truly he may have something to know about it.
Who do you suspect?
I believe it is the work of the ancient Egyptian god Pumatef and his goddess Neith.
Be serious.
I couldn't be more serious. You see, Mr. Holmes, although I am a journalist, I was actually trained as an Egyptologist. I know all about these mysteries. That's why my articles carry the force of truth.
And what is the truth, Mr. Travis?
The truth is that the Egyptians discovered the secret of life. What we call science is mere child's play compared to the knowledge they had. Look at this. Do you know what this is?
It appears to be a mummified animal of some sort, a monkey, perhaps?
Precisely.
Quite a conversation piece.
I've been using it in some very important experiments which, if successful, will unlock the secret for bringing back the souls of the dead. I've been working on it, Mr. Holmes, using these tanner leaves. Watch. Uma lotus. Licantina. Buru-ra.
It appears that the soul of this particular monkey has no intention of making a reappearance.
It's only a matter of time. I know it is. After all, these secrets have been buried for thousands of years. These things don't happen overnight. But it will happen someday. This is my mission.
I believe I'll leave you to your work, Mr. Travis.
Don't go yet. But let me show you more.
Thank you. Some other time, perhaps.
Okay, oh yeah, dark magic. But also, remember what he said? That is a mummified monkey. What was on one of the bandages? Monkey hair. We thought maybe this was hair around the time the pharaoh was mummified. But because there is a mummified monkey here, what if the mummified monkey the linen bandages came from two different people? One from the pharaoh and one from a mummified monkey. Like, because remember what he just said, a mummified monkey. So we may have a source of all different emballages, or maybe this monkey was buried with a pharaoh. That could be it as well, because many times animals and other people were mummified along with the pharaoh around the time he died or after he died, and they were placed there. Okay, so we have Oro, although you are Ooh, and okay, there he is.
If this is an inconvenient time, perhaps I could come back, Mr. Uruburu.
Wouldn't hear of it. Just a bit of a hangover. I've weathered plenty worse than this.
I'm investigating the death of Andrew Weatherby. You were on the ship with him out of Cairo. Did you happen to make his acquaintance?
Weatherby, a most tedious fellow.
So tedious, one might want to do him in.
Don't be preposterous. In my condition, I couldn't have done anything of the sort.
What condition was that?
And I thought you were a great detective. The first night out, a few of us threw a bit of a bash that went on until we docked in London.
Did Mrs. Weatherby attend this particular bash?
She was the guest of honor, you might say.
Okay, he said another name. Well, he was at a party with someone. Wait, let me see what they say. These guys sure smell of whiskey. Okay, so he smelled heavy of whiskey, so high chance that he's getting a blood. Okay. Nothing on file, okay. Okay, I think we need to go to the bank manor, because there's a chance that there may be something there, like a note or something.
James was so thrilled when Dr. Turnbull invited him to join the expedition. He felt he had spent his entire life reading books about archaeology, and now was finally getting an opportunity to go out into the field.
Tell me, Mrs. Winterberg, when your husband returned, did he discuss the deaths of his colleagues?
Of course. James was extremely upset. I know he did not believe a curse to be responsible. My husband was a man of science.
Okay, so remember what she said. She talked about the murders with her. So in the bank, he talked about the murders with his now widow. So he may have slipped something, or someone thought he thought it could be. Okay, I think we need to go to either Mr. Fogg or I think we need to go to the Inspector.
Well, well, if it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes, London's most overly praised amateur sleuth, needing the help of the Yard again.
Are you going to stand for that, Holmes?
Let's just see who proceeds to solve this case, Watson. Inspector Lestrade, my good man, I'm looking into the cause of James Winterbank's death.
I should have known. That murder has brought out every crank in the city. I think the professional police can wrap this one up.
All the same, could you tell us what you've discovered to date?
One dead archaeologist, no suspect, no motive.
And what of Andrew Weatherby's death? Have you looked into that?
I have talked to Captain Ramsey, but we have no leads. Look, I'm not even sure that Weatherby's murder falls into our jurisdiction. And if it doesn't, you're not going to find me worrying about it. As it is, I have enough murders to take care of.
Okay. Well, that wasn't much help. Okay, let's talk to the judge, because surely someone may have been brought up. Mr. Hole. Yeah, it's getting kinda crazy.
Sorry, fellows. I don't mean to be brusque, but I am too occupied at the moment to concern myself with these so-called mummy murders. Perhaps if the mummy's solicitor were to contact me, then perhaps I would consider defending him.
The solicitor? Oh, the importer, maybe. Okay. Let's go to Mr. Pike, the guy who knows the finest, like the finery person. Maybe he knows something about ancient Egyptian artifacts being sold or sold.
I know only a very little about two of the unfortunate gentlemen. I do recall that Turnbull was quite an eccentric chap. I don't believe he ever married, nor did he take his rightful place in London society.
And what of Windybank?
A quiet academic sort, as far as I can tell. Married to a woman called Hildegard. There was one spot of controversy that I can recall. It seems a few years back he had a run-in with the Anti-Vivisectionist League.
No, but of course.
It seems that during a lecture on the advancement of science, he spoke of the autopsy of his own pet, a recently deceased Yorkshire Terrier. Well, I can tell you the Times received a great deal of letters to the editor condemning him on that one. Even one from a Louise Fenwick, who threatened to vivisect him.
Oh, dear. Well, then I surmise it's Weatherby you know nothing about.
Well, now that you mention it, I believe he was assisting Professor Windybank in that lecture series.
Okay, so did you guys just hear what he said? He said that one of them had a Yorkshire Terrier. So he formerly had a Yorkshire Terrier. But we know Miss Louise has a Yorkshire Terrier. Also, they're from the same litter. Like, this all has to be connected with them. Because you got one Yorkie who was not on the ship. But then you have him talking about how he experimented on his Yorkie. And they both have Yorkies that shed coat hair. Maybe they're from the same litter. Let's see. Because surely someone at the boarding house knows something.
Mr. Turnbull apparently left what little he had to the Egyptology department at London University. And Windybank left everything to his wife Hildegard.
What about Weatherby?
Ditto. Everything was left to his wife Clarissa. Although being such a young chap, it hardly seems that he had much to leave at all.
Okay, so they all had wills. All were left to their wives or lovers. Turnbull left his to the Egyptology Museum. What if the will and testament stated that the Egyptology place would also maybe to the other two victims? Like, what if it's like, I leave them to you, and these two people have to handle everything, and then they die? I think let's go to the Turnbull residence.
Dr. Turnbull, he was a strange one, he was. Hardly ever at home, always traipsing about the Lord knows where.
May I take a look at his things?
Oh, suit yourself. All he had is a big pile of books about Egyptian mummies and a few maps. He was a son of an earl, he was. Though you hardly tell from looking at him, poor fellow. Do you really think this mummy thing's what's done him in? Creepy, I says.
Okay, so he had books and maps. I wonder maybe if one was like a pleasure map, or a map to the other map blueprint or the better stone to the word pleasure place. Because remember what she said, he had a lot of books and a lot of maps. So what is something in those books or those maps was very valuable and someone wants them. Because in his will, it stated that all of his stuff goes to the Egyptian Museum. So I wonder if perhaps, it's something in those books. It has to be something in those books. That someone wants her the maps because remember what she stated. She stated that he would always work around the house, and he had maps and a lot of books as well. So what I'm thinking is that under his will, it all goes to the Egyptian Museum Institute. So maybe there's something there that someone knows about, and perhaps he's like, I need to get it before anyone else sees it. Okay, I think we need to go to the Veterinary State.
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Oh, that's quite all right. You know, Andrew and I haven't been married very long.
Long enough to know if you had any enemies?
Oh, Andrew was so unassuming. Everyone liked him.
Including Mr. Uruburu?
I really loved my husband.
I'm sure you did. Oh, English toffee. My favorite.
Would you like one?
Please.
sorry. You'll have to open this yourself. I've never been any good with these things.
Quite a lovely lady was such a tiny bird she is. Okay, Volcott leaves her out as a suspect because she barely has any skin to open it, but also there's slating she's a tiny bird. So there's no way that she could have been the one to choke him. So as of now, Miss Weatherby, he's not considered a suspect. Hmm. Okay, I think I know what happened.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before the case can be judged. Please do continue.
Hmm.
If this is an inconvenient time, perhaps I could come.
So you've been reading my articles in the Times.
Let's check our list again.
Here is a passenger list you requested, sir.
Clarissa. Okay.
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need...
Here is a passenger list you requested, sir.
Okay. The Tweedle Fenwick, yeah, this case is flaky. The Tweedle Fenwick?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the death of old... whatever his name was.
Andrew Weatherby.
Fact is, I only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And I'll tell you, I resented the first officer's questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? Her high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier. Mumsy will be with you in just a moment, Dickiekins. He's a bit under the weather, you know. That's why we were only able to stay in Egypt for 2 weeks. Dickie was so disappointed. He so wanted to see the Sphinx.
Mr. Holmes is not interested in your incessant whining, Louise.
Oh, now I whine, do I? There was a time you thought I had a lovely speaking...
Sorry, fellows. I don't mean to be brusque, but I am too occupied.
Wait.
Well, Holmes, it appears we're out of luck. The clerk told me that O'Brien is off on holiday.
Okay, I think I may know what may have happened. to go back to the London University. Yeah, let's go there.
Such a tragedy. Fine men all and such outstanding scholars. I still can't quite get over the shock of it.
We understand. Professor, we're looking for background information on these three men so that we can understand how their murders might tie together.
Well, let me begin with Dr. Turnbull. Ebenezer Turnbull was responsible for organizing the Carteret expedition. Quite a remarkable man, really. This was the first time he teamed up with James Windibank. Professor Windibank was one of our most popular lecturers. In fact, several of his former students were also eager to accompany him. I recall him saying that he was having difficulty choosing. Weatherby turned out to be the lucky one, though it seems far from it now, doesn't it? I suppose Smith and Travis turned out to be the lucky ones after all.
Smith and Travis?
Peter Smith accepted the invitation to join another expedition. As for Philip Travis, he was quite keen on accompanying Professor Windibank. In fact, he became exceedingly upset when Andrew Weatherby, a postgraduate student in the department, was chosen instead. Took it rather personally, I should say.
Oh. So we too have celebration here. Smith, we go to go to Smith. So Philip Smith or Peter Smith.
Sorry I can't help you, Ducky, but Mr. Smith has been out of the country since the middle of March. He's a good-looking bloke, except for the dirt under his fingernails.
Dirt under his fingernails, and he's out right now. It makes you wonder. So he didn't go on the expedition, but he has dirt under his fingernails, and he gladly accepted another excavation or expedition. Like we need to go back to the sky. Okay, I think...
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before the case can be judged. Please do continue.
Maybe it's a newspaper. Okay, no problem. Ah, it was the final weeks of work. Got late, and every strangled to death.
Terribly sorry. It's...
See. Gonna come back.
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy's curse, I must say. Not so amusing, of course, the murder of 3 Englishmen.
Have any of your reporters uncovered anything new?
Actually, I've been in Paris the past several weeks. Just returned to London on Tuesday. I've had no involvement with the writing of any of these articles. I believe they are all the work of Philip Travis. He's one of our young reporters. For a short time, he was the Egyptian correspondent.
Was he sacked?
No, no. He returned to London just a few days ago. I gather he was reassigned to cover the case from here because he had some familiarity with the murder in Egypt.
Do you know Travis?
No, never actually met the chap, although I hear he's a bit of an odd duck.
Thanks for your help, Henry.
Anytime. Let me know when you catch the mummy. That's one scoop I'd like to get.
Okay, so this is all pointing to Philip Travis.
Hear ye, hear ye.
think it's Philip
Queen's
Pappas.
Court stands in order. Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the mummy murders.
Yes, my lord.
Tell me then, who was Ebenezer Turnbull's murderer? I believe we're to choose from either our notebook or the directory, Holmes.
Very good, Watson.
So, what you missed was Todd. Philip Pappas was spotted being the main person on the newsletter. But also Philip Pappas had a fallout with the expedition as well. Now, from what we also noticed was that Philip Pappas was involved in a fight. And we do know that the person that choked those 3 victims had to have a lot of muscle, a lot of force. And since Philip Pappas kind of fits the bill because he was in a fight, and he was as well an editor, and as well he wasn't like he wasn't like a skinny person. I'm starting to believe that Philip Pappas is the one that murdered these people.
And what makes you so certain? What was Travis's motive for killing Turnbull?
Because remember, Travis wasn't sure about the professor as well. But also Philip Pappas did get in a fight with Mr. Weatherby about Clarissa. He was making very inappropriate jokes. I think it's because Turnbull publicly
And what of
confessed
Andrew
it.
Weatherby? Who murdered him?
I think Todd was Philip Pappas as well.
So, you say Travis killed Turnbull and Weatherby?
Yes, I believe he did, my lord.
What was his motive to kill Weatherby, Holmes?
Oh, remember? He was angry that Weatherby was chosen for the expedition instead of himself.
Revenge. The oldest motive in the book. Now, Holmes, who murdered James Windibank?
Philip Pappas. Because if you remember, what's the most common name that was involved from the ship or the exhibit or the house? Philip Pappas. The ship at the Trig or at London. So he was there to commit the crime.
Travis seems to be quite a busy fellow. What made him kill James Windibank?
But remember, Travis was also someone who was in mysticism. But remember, Windibank also was over choosing people for the expedition. So I think it was because Windibank also had a hand in not
Excellent job,
choosing him.
gentlemen. You have solved the case to my satisfaction.
Yeah.
Court stands in recess. Until next time, of course.
Well, Watson, I believe this case is solved. And for your information, it was not the mummy.
Come, Holmes. I never thought for a moment it was the mummy.
Of course not, Watson. However, the murderer and the mummy did have one thing in common.
What's that?
They both were the only ones present at the time of the murders, except, of course, the victims.
You state the obvious, Holmes.
Ah, but it is seeing the obvious that is important. First, I saw no reason to assume that we were dealing with more than one murderer. Secondly, the locations of the murders limited the number of suspects.
Limited them?
The first murder was in Egypt, the second on ship in the middle of the sea, and the third in London. You call the entire populations of London and Egypt a limited number of suspects?
No, no, Watson. We had to find someone who was in Egypt for the first murder, on the ship for the second, and in London for the third.
Oh, but of course.
According to the newspapers, the Eastern Empress was in Bombay at the time of Ebenezer Turnbull's murder, so that eliminated the ship's crew as suspects. Thus, I needed the list of passengers who boarded the ship at Cairo. It was our visit to Jardine, Mason and Company that provided our first critical clue. From it, I learned that Philip Travis was a passenger. I then learned that Travis was the chap who reported on the first murder. He became one suspect, but I had no motive. Clarissa Weatherby, who was also at the scene of the murder in Cairo, was another possible suspect, since she appears to have had a bit of a dalliance with Mr. Uruburu there on the high seas. So I had found her motive for the murder of Weatherby, but not a motive for the murder of the others.
Then whom did you eliminate?
Mrs. Weatherby. Her hands were not strong enough even to open a jar of English toffee, let alone strangle a grown man.
And what of Travis's motive?
It seems that Travis was a student in the Egyptology department at London University and had studied under James Windibank. He wanted very badly to be chosen as a member of the expedition, but Windibank turned him down. Instead, Weatherby was chosen and Travis was furious. So there you have the motive for two of the murders.
And what of his motive for the murder of Turnbull?
Evidently, Travis had written a vicious article questioning Dr. Turnbull's credentials to lead the expedition. Turnbull's response was quite harsh, probably powerful enough to drive an odd duck like Travis to murder.
Very impressive, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
So yeah, please think a bit longer of Paul. He was that idiot fool. But remember, he killed Weatherby when he came back.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in 26 points. I think I will ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
Okay, let's look at mystified murderess. Let's try top one. Yeah, let's save. Mummy. Here we go. Okay, cancel. Cancel. Cancel it. Oh, God, dang it. Okay, one moment. Let me restart the game. Then we'll do the mystified murderess. Okay, one moment there. So this one should be there. So mystified murderess.
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries. 6 over the period from June 2nd to June 17th. On July 2nd, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. Cleopatra tiara stolen, it says. As in the other cases, No sign of extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of jewelry involved. Victims elsewhere at the time. Here's a complete list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it.
I believe you'll find him in the study.
How do you do, gentlemen? I am Gerald Locke.
Please be seated, Mr. Locke. How can we be of service?
3 days ago...
Okay, hold on. I'm writing this all down. So between mid-June and early July, there's been 6 burglaries within October. There was another one, but now we have this person here.
Guy Clarendon was found murdered at Halliday's. It's preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan. Ah, yes. Sister of Loretta Nolan. Only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb into their carriage. Seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Yes, it was Loretta, Frances's sister. She was only 4. Miraculously, she was uninjured.
Mr. Locke, I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand.
That would do it.
But you don't understand. Frances is totally incapable of murder. Not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for...
Okay, I'm so sorry. I tried to write all of these names down. Let's see. There are so many names, wow. Like, this is going to be a big case.
The West London Cricketers. A ranked fencer in international competition.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an understatement. Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
Okay, so this is a big case because we have burglaries, we have murdered people, we got someone already in custody, and we got a lot of names and past murders as well. Okay, well, I got some names and dates written out here. For June or July, we have 1, 2, 3. But let's type here. Okay, lost. Gentleman's gold watch attached to lady's gold chain between Clerkenwell Old Bloomberg, December, okay, that's December 29th. Limiting. It's here. Oh, okay. Okay, so what we're doing here is looking at the newspapers. Um, Also, we're looking. Oof, the layer of imitations. Hmm. Okay, moving there. Let's go back to July. Okay, July 4th. There we go. Wait. Okay, Society Burglar still at large. After a month of jewelry burglaries from some of London's most fashionable homes, Scotland Yard reports little progress in the identification and application of the so-called society burglar. The victim of the latest death, Lady Lees, has become so overwrought by the invasion of her bedroom by this unknown man, moved by the loss of her prized diamond tiara, that she has been hospitalized at the suggestion of her physician. Although any impetus will attach the glazing problem of line should be welcome, it is unfortunate that the impetus comes more strongly when the class of victims is expanded. Okay. Okay, so Lady Lees may not be there, but maybe someone at her home, maybe. Okay.
The tiara was a terribly valuable piece of jewelry, and it meant so much to my wife. She has been under a doctor's care since the theft. In fact, just yesterday she took a room at the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is she prone to bouts of nervousness?
Perhaps lately it seems so. She was absolutely undone when young Clarendon poured champagne down the borders of her gown at Richmond's party. Come to think of it, that was the last time she wore her tiara. She was so proud of it.
Oh.
And several of the ladies at that party admired it openly.
Where did Lady Lees keep the tiara when she wasn't wearing it?
In the bottom drawer of her bureau, where she kept some of her more frilly undergarments.
Were there any signs of a search? Drawers left open, that sort of thing?
No, and that's what strikes me as so peculiar. It's as if the burglar knew right where to look.
Ooh. So we have a story that happened not too long ago, and Clarendon spilled wine on the person, and we had a lot of ladies there talking about her tiara. When the person came in and burglarized, the person knew exactly where the tiara was, because nothing else was handled. So, what this has me to believe is that this may have been an inside job, because you're at the soiree, Lord Clarendon, or however you name him, spills wine on you, but you also have people admiring the thing that was stolen. So we have some point that someone knew exactly where it was. Well, the place that it wasn't obvious. It wasn't like a jewelry box or a closet. It was on the bottom drawer where her more frilly undergarments are. That's very specific. So, wow, I think I see this as a possible inside job. Because, like I said, like jewelry box, okay, that's kind of obvious. Closet, okay, obvious, definitely. But the last drawer where the frilly undergarments are on the bottom of anything, that's very specific. That's too specific for someone to just know. And again, remember, nothing else was moved as well. Only that area was moved. I think we need to give Sir Clarendon a look. No one was home when we went there. Maybe I'll have better luck. Beware of the bulldog. Oh, okay. Suspicious, yeah. Look what they just said. Beware of the bulldog in the yard. So they have a yard dog. That's a bulldog, or maybe the bulldog is only out there in the day. Maybe it comes in the house at night, like a half-guard dog. So, what does that mean? If it's a bulldog that's out there all day and night, in some place, or even if it was a bulldog that's only outside a bit of time, that means whoever came in was familiar with that bulldog because it says, beware of the bulldog in the yard. And for someone to get to the house, they would have to try and get by or around the yard. And a bulldog will signal that because a bulldog's bark is not silent, it's not small, it's not so grumpy, it's deep sometimes. So it couldn't trigger the bulldog unless the bulldog was inside. Because remember, they were at the soiree, maybe the bulldog was inside, give or take. So someone knew about the bulldog. Someone knew maybe there was a way to get around the bulldog. Like, yeah, this thing is more inside. Because that's really suspicious. So that's very interesting there. Okay, Clarendon.
This is a difficult thing for a man to say about his only son. But Guy was a wastrel and a ne'er-do-well. Only a short month or so ago, I gave him £5,000 and told him that was the last he'd see of my money. I'd hoped the shock would bring the boy around, make him realize he had to settle down, instead of wasting his life on gambling and gallivanting around with that wild woman.
Which wild woman was that?
Loretta Nolan, of course.
You mentioned gambling, Sir Francis. Have you any idea with whom he gambled or who might have wanted to kill him?
I wish I did.
Okay, but you know who may know? Porky, the pub owner, he may know, because gambling at the pub, that may or may not happen. So after this, I think we need to see Porky at his pub.
He told us nothing. He only came around when he needed money. And when I told him there'd be no more, we never saw him. Just about broke his mother's heart. There, Gertie. We still have one another.
I've something you ought to know about Master Guy. One morning, rather early, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I heard a terrible clatter downstairs, so I came down to investigate. It was Master Guy just coming home. He was in a terrible state, all battered and bruised, with a fresh cut on his forehead. I asked him who did it to him, and he wouldn't say. I think he was afraid for his life.
The plot thickens. Also, wow, moments later, wow. The plot thickens here, wow. So, wow. Let's see what our friends here have to say. The butler told us the old man's son only came around when he needed money. Also said a scar-faced ruffian was hanging out. He probably owes some people. Okay, let's go speak to Porky. Porky.
Sure, I remember Clarendon. He and his lady friend used to stop in here from time to time, usually on their way to Kilgore's gaming parlor or coming back from it. Rumor has it, Clarendon was into Kilgore for a sizable sum.
Do you happen to know how much?
£7,000 was the figure I heard. Got to the point Kilgore wouldn't allow him in the door. Clarendon made a big fuss till Gus Bullock stepped in. Clarendon backed down pretty quick. Don't blame him none. Nobody in their right mind would want to mess with the likes of Gus.
Do you think Bullock was involved in the murder?
Nothing you could tell me about that bloke would surprise me. Anyways, Kilgore makes it clear to Clarendon that he wants his money. Then, a month or so later, Clarendon comes in all smiles, and he and Kilgore getting on like chums. Figure Clarendon must have paid him back. Then, Calvin Leach steps into the picture.
Now, who's Calvin Leach?
Leach deals in what you might call stolen property. Square dealer, too. Give you one half the value.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Also, I just realized if Clarendon is a high socialite, he probably wouldn't have taken her to the ball talk. Because just think, if you have fancy people coming in and out of your house, and if a bulldog or a dog is familiar with them, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? It won't bark. It's like how if you're at home and your mom comes to visit you, when your dog barks at people, there's a high chance it's not going to bark at her when it sees it. An aggression, that is. It is going to not bark at her in aggression, but in happiness, because it knows she's not a threat. It has seen her all around. So that could be why the bulldog didn't bark, and maybe Clarendon is a socialite and has been at the manor before, and the bulldog knows him by smell or sight. Oh my goodness.
Tell you the article.
What does Leech have to do with Clarendon and Kilgore?
Usually nothing at all. But there it is. Leech, Kilgore, and Clarendon meeting late at night just as thick as thieves. The meetings continued on right up to, well, the night before Clarendon's death.
Very interesting.
Now, we've been standing here jawing, and I don't recall hearing anybody order nothing. What'll it be, mate?
I mean, Sherlock, he gave you so much information. I would be wanting to get a drink too. Like, he gave you so much information, fully. Like, that's so much information. That, you know, I'm going to buy a drink here. I don't know, that would be me. Like, he literally told us so much stuff about 4 people. Kilgore, Buxton, Clarendon, and Leech, and what they told and what all happened. Also about the mystery girl, that Clarendon usually is with at his pub or at his game room. Like, fully, you have to understand, like, that is something I would definitely buy. No, you know what? I would buy 2 drinks because of that. Like, that's so much information. Like, even if it's a small glass of wine, I'll buy 2 small glasses of wine because that's so much information that he could have handed back, but he didn't. Also, remember, Porky is an ex-con, but he turned his life around and has a pub/bar. So, Porky knows some things about the underground. Only, what he's telling you this instead of bribing it, like, with information. Yeah, I mean, I would. I totally would. Because that is so helpful, totally. Remember, Porky used to be in jail, in another jail, but he turned his life around, and he has a pub, and he also helps in the game room. Like, this man, like, I would buy a 2 big ice from him, totally. Because that is so much information. And even if you don't want to drink, get a small glass of wine, but I would buy something, because that is so much information. Shinvir told us Clarendon, Leech, and Kilgore had a few closing meetings at the Raven and Rat. Okay, but I want to see about Buxton. Buxton. Was it Buxton? Buxton.
I've rung the bell a half-dozen times and no one has come to the door.
Really, Watson? Next time I would appreciate it if you would thoroughly research your leads before...
Okay, so we had the wrong name. But look here. For a shilling, this goon that killed his own mother, can't spare you off Clarendon. Says he was was mopping up someone else at the time.
Who are you and what do you want?
Dr. John Watson, sir. I wondered if you might be kind enough to answer a few questions.
About what?
Guy Clarendon.
That welching little weasel, what about him?
He's been murdered.
Ah! I'd say he got what he deserved. And if you don't clear out of here in 2 seconds, so will you.
Oh, quite. Ta-ta.
Okay. Okay. I mean, he said he was roughing someone up, but maybe he got one of his friends to roughing up Clarendon. But also, it could be that he roughed up Clarendon after, or maybe nobody saw him. Like, it could be a lot of things. Okay. That's Okay, let's go to Leech. Yeah, very incriminating. Was it Nicholas Leeds?
The tiara was a terribly valuable piece of jewelry, and it meant so much to my wife. She has been under a doctor's care.
Wait. Is it Leech? Was it Leech?
What did you learn of Calvin Leach?
So rat of the first order, Pitts is holding good, and somehow it's a wave that claims he's never heard of Clarendon, but we don't buy it. Okay, let's go back.
What did you learn of Calvin Leach?
I think Porky Shinwell said it all.
Did you ask Leach about Clarendon?
Yes.
What did he say, Watson?
Oh, yes, of course. He said he'd never heard of him.
There is a lot I've never heard of them. I think we need to speak to the judge about any prior convictions from our friends here. So to Mr. Hall.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan. She's being held downstairs, you know.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand.
Where did you get the pistol?
I've no idea, though the police assure me it's mine. I didn't know Guy was at Halliday's. I've never even been there before. And why would I shoot him anyway? We loved each other.
There, Miss Nolan. Stiff upper lip.
Thank you.
Miss Nolan, what is the last thing you remember before the room at Halliday's?
Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, well, every night before I retire, my maid, Grace, brings me a cup of hot cocoa.
How nice.
Yes.
And before that?
Well, before that, I dine with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening. My sister, Loretta, is under his care. The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
At the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine, in March. My sister, Loretta, was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia, and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister. That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later. We began seeing a great deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides.
I don't see nothing wrong with her. She's beautiful. I don't I mean, I guess against her sister may be more pretty, but I don't know. She looks pretty here. Like, I don't get it. But also, your sister jumped into a fountain and caught pneumonia. What kind of party were you having? Like, oh, my sister, she's very pretty from the others. But also, your sister jumped into a fountain and got pneumonia afterwards. What the hell was going on there? What the hell? Like, to jump in a fountain, and the way that they had it in this illustrated, she went like hands first, like a professional type, like a high dive. Like, she just jumped into the fountain. She climbed on top and jumped into the fountain or jumped somewhere. My goodness. Like, because in the image you can see it like a high dive. Her hands are out front. And she's just jumped into it. And caught pneumonia. What the hell were they thinking there? Like, what the hell were you thinking there? Like, seriously, how much of what was going on there to constitute you jumping into a fountain?
Had picnic lunches. It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand.
The power of love. This is her sister that jumped into the fountain. So her sister, Francis' sister, the more prettier one, jumped into the fountain and got pneumonia afterwards. You're telling me the power of love will make you jump into a fountain? Like that? Did we not say the same illustration here? She had hands out like a high dive. Like, that's not the power of love, that's the power of some vine. Like, you can't see the illustration, that girl had her hands out like a professional high dive. That girl was like, shoop. That's the love of the vine. The love of that vine, that aged wine, aged scotch, aged whiskey, the good pint. Some fancy berries, you'll go crazy.
The marriage. I was so happy. I couldn't have killed him.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before.
Yes, twice in the past.
Oh, okay. Such a pro, yeah, such a pro. Also, she just said something interesting. She's had 2 episodes of memory losses before that event. I may be a cold Mecca, but I feel sorry for Francis. You have to take care of your sister who decides to jump into a fountain with pneumonia. You are compared as less than pretty to your sister. You finally find someone that fully loves you, and he dies. And then, because of you having recent episodes of memory loss, you are certain that you didn't kill them, but they put you in prison. Like, I may be the Ramado, maybe a cold, heartless Mecca, but I fully feel sorry for Francis here. Because it's like when something gets better for her, something happens. Also, to suffer with memory loss at her age and have 2 episodes of it, the girl's stressed. The girl needs to just get away from it and just take a vacation. Because holy, that's concerning. Like, holy, she's like the nurse in the Bad Clean series, working herself on being so nice and kind-hearted. Like, totally, I'm on Team Francis here, the poor girl, not having memory loss. Yeah, But you know what? The fact that she said she didn't know about the gun, what if someone knows about her condition? Like, but she says it, but she's shocked when she comes to the realization. So it's someone that knows about her condition, and they're like taking advantage of it. Really. Because if it turns out that you know someone's condition as memory loss, would you commit the murder? What's the chance that they can't remember? Yeah, someone close to her or someone close to Clarendon that knows about their relationship. Really. But remember what each only other person said. They don't know who that is, but they were at the game room at the same table with Clarendon. Remember that, when we went to the two people's places, they acted as if Clarendon didn't exist at all, like they didn't know him. But Porky stated they were many times at the table, just cheering it up, taking it up, so they too know him. So they're hiding something. Or it could be that each or the other person barely know Clarendon, like literally, like they don't know, like, his address or stuff like that. It's like if you have a friend, like you know them as your friend, but you don't know them. Like you know their blood type, or name, date of birth, give or take sometimes. So maybe it's like that. They know him, literally, but they don't know him, like technically. Like, yeah, like, oh, I know him. It's like saying that you know a celebrity, but you don't know all of them. So it's like, I don't know him. I know that we had good things together, but I don't know him in a more literal format. I don't know a lot about him. So it could go either way.
Months. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park, with no recollection of how I got there. The last thing I remember was having lunch with my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare.
How peculiar.
The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later, I met with my solicitor, Hiram Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Oh, Jerry. He's a dear old friend. Though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late. He said some very unkind words about Guy.
Okay, wow. So we got Locke. Wait, so it also could be Locke. What if she doesn't have memory loss, but dual personality? That can be it, but explain why she was on a horse and she's afraid of horses. There we go.
We have just a few more questions for you, Mr. Locke, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Anything to help Frances.
We were wondering if you could shed some light on Miss Frances' relationship with Guy Clarendon.
He was only after her money. I tried to tell Frances as much, but she wouldn't hear of it. We had a bit of a row over it. I've been quite upset about the whole thing.
Upset enough to commit murder?
What an outrageous accusation.
It was only a question, Mr. Locke.
Preposterous. Besides, I've been on holiday all week, playing cribbage at the annual tournament up at Leeds.
Sounds positively riveting.
Oh, it was.
Okay, so he has an alibi. He wasn't even here. But he's not as much of an instigator as I think. I think Lily thought he was trying to save her. Because maybe he knows about Guy's past with money. Well, Frances has money. Maybe Locke is like a concerned friend, like, Hey, look out. This guy may just be after your money. He may just be after your money. Please be alert. I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life, but just a heads up. This guy has a problem with money and gambling. I'll hydrate, yeah, I'll hydrate soon. Kilgore lives high off the hog when the quit he lakes in from his seedy business established. You'll need a password to get in there. Also, what they stated as well, the British Telegram, is that when they went to meet Locke, they didn't want to disturb him because he was boohooing or crying. As well, so he may be taking it hard that Francis isn't Jen. Oh.
Any luck?
Yes and no.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, Kilgore has met Clarendon once or twice, but no, he insists he's never heard of Calvin Leach.
And you believed him?
Oh. Goodness. Okay. Let's go to the private hotel. There was a private hotel that they talked about. I think it was holidays.
Clarendon, poor chap. He arrived on the 29th day of May and was given a front room on the 3rd floor. 2 days later, he asked to be moved to Suite 205.
To your knowledge, did he have any visitors?
Only 2 that I'm aware of. One was a most disagreeable fellow. He was rather large, had a thick walrus moustache, and a very prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Clarendon's move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. The big man yanked him aside. I was about to send for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well. After a few minutes, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a most striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed. She had a most distinctive laugh, very full and deep. I've no idea who she was.
Please, tell us about the morning of July 2nd.
It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I wouldn't have noticed her, except for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly up the staircase. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds later when I heard a bang, followed by a woman's scream. I dashed upstairs to the 2nd floor. The door to room 205 was open. Inside, I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the woman who'd just come up. She was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she'd done. When she saw Clarendon's body, she let out a shriek and dropped the pistol. I summoned the police.
Tell me, at what hour are the hotel's front doors locked?
Oh, 10 o'clock, sir. Anyone who arrives after that has to be let in by the night staff. Of course, Mr. Clarendon was never one of those. He was always in his room before 10.
we see his room? What have we here, Watson? Appears to be a bank statement.
Oh, look here, Holmes. Appears the maid missed a spot in her sweeping.
Good thing she did, Watson. You're staring at evidence.
Blood.
What's this stain here?
Smells like a fine sherry. Looks like someone's been celebrating.
The question is, was it with the body or over it?
Nothing much here. Couple of shirts and 3 pair of shoes.
But what you failed to notice, my dear Watson, is that one of the pairs of shoes is canvas and has been dyed black. Interesting. A sweater and trousers. An ensemble in black.
Not much of a view. All I can see is a brick wall of the building across the alley.
Ivy vines winding up a trellis.
Oh, I think I know what's going on here. Right, so painted black shoes with a black ensemble. Okay, so this is what I think is happening here. Madam Clarendon is the thief, but he's selling the stolen goods off to pay for the tip. But he's maybe asking for more cut, so they bring in their plug to shake him, but it doesn't work. So they tie a different way, because he's got the ensemble there. So he's probably stealing the stuff. Once again, you have to go back to the Bulldog or the Diara. Maybe they are not selling, but maybe they're stealing it. And as soon as it gets less into the case, as soon as it becomes less of a priority or something else happens, they'll see about selling it. But something happened. Maybe Clarendon wanted more cut, or maybe Clarendon no longer wanted to do it, so they killed him. It's like you want to cover all of your debts, this is what you're going to do. He no longer wanted to do it. Oh yeah, what I'm thinking is that something happened here. Like, something really happened. So I think the next place we need to go to, let's see. Devon, Percy. There we go. There we go.
Doctor, we understand that you dined with Frances Nolan on the evening of July 1st.
Yes, that is correct. We dine every Sunday. Her sister Loretta has been under my care for some 10 years. First at the Mesmer Braid Institute and then in private practice.
Without breaching physician-patient protocol, would you mind telling us the nature of her illness?
She never quite recovered from the overwhelming trauma of watching her parents being blown to bits.
I quite understand.
As is often the case with young orphans, they tend to create fantasies about their parents. Miss Loretta Nolan truly believes that her father was the King of England, making her a princess.
Oh. So she was the kid in the carriage. Oh my goodness, no wonder she has memory loss. remember what they said? It was the husband, the wife, or the 4-year-old. And the 4-year-old, luckily, wasn't harmed badly by the explosion there. Well, the reason the explosion happened was a misidentity. Someone thought they were someone else. Because remember in the beginning, they talked about the explosion, the husband and wife were killed. The child survived miraculously with no severe, injuries. But it turned out to be a case of mistaken in identity because it was meant for someone else. I'm thinking just because she didn't have injuries, it doesn't mean that something with her brain may not have happened.
Do you think her unconventional behavior stems from that fantasy?
Absolutely. As a princess, she believes she can do no wrong. I must say that she's worlds apart from her sister Frances.
Do you know Frances Nolan well?
Okay, so that was the bigger one, Lenore, the name. So the name was in the carriage with them, so and Frances wasn't. So, okay. So I got them mixed up here. So Frances wasn't in the carriage on the case of the mistaken identity explosion that killed her parents. It was the other sister. But after that, she believed that her parents were high majesties because back in that day, an explosion like that will happen out of nowhere, usually was the high socialized or royalty, like attempts on their life. And maybe this person, the mistaken identity, remember they thought it was a high royalty figure that they were assassinating. So the more prettier sister, after that whole traumatic experience at age 4, pictured her parents as royalty. That's why perhaps she makes herself the prettier one when people say that she's the prettier one as well. Then you have Frances, who's helping her sister.
Yes, rather. Through my treatment of her sister, I've known her for years. Let me say that it is difficult to believe that Miss Frances is capable of murder. She has a quiet, unassuming personality. An act of such direct confrontation would not be at all in keeping with her character.
Were Loretta and Frances close?
I know without a doubt that Miss Frances loves and cares for her sister almost as a parent would a child. Miss Loretta, well, she loves her sister as much as she is capable of love.
Okay, so we have Loretta, who was the child in the carriage with the parents in the case of the misidentified explosion murder. And after that, she pictured her parents as like, oh, their royalty, they're queens and kings. And, she is seen as the prettiest one next to Frances, her sister. And after that, she gets treatment from the physician, but Frances herself has her own problems. Wow. But remember, the person said that there was one lady coming up. A fantasy consumed her, yeah. But remember, the guy at the hotel stated that the lady that came in, the first one, had a very noticeable laugh. I think Loretta killed Clarendon. Because perhaps in her eyes, she's like, well, I'm the royal one, I'm the prettier one, why isn't he going after me? And instead of killing her sister, she kills Clarendon. Okay.
So sorry, we haven't done a thorough enough job of investigating this case quite yet. Let's continue our pursuit.
Wat God behind this. Hmm. So back all that newspaper. Was it this one? Okay. Hmm.
So sorry. We haven't done a thorough enough job of investigating this case quite yet. Let's continue our pursuit.
It appears as though Guy and Loretta, the terrible twins, will afflict us no more. Loretta must be desolate, what with the loss of a kindred spirit and fellow prankster.
Prankster?
Well, yes, my good fellow. I'll never forget the time Clarendon poured champagne down the front of Lady Leeds's new Paris gown for the sole purpose of Loretta's amusement.
I would think she must also be distraught at the loss of her lover, not to mention the imprisonment of her sister.
Well, I'm not sure about Loretta's feelings toward her sister, but I do know that Guy and Loretta were not lovers. Though outwardly they made an excellent couple, he, tall, handsome, and from a moneyed family, and she, beautiful, and an heiress in her own right. Yes, it would have been a match made in heaven. But it was a match made in far hotter regions, I suspect.
Francis claims that she and Clarendon were engaged to be married.
Well, that's hard to imagine, him being who he is. Or was, as it were.
Why do you say that?
Well, Guy Clarendon was not at all a desirable sort. He'd all but been disowned by his own father for his compulsive gambling. The utter disregard for other people's money is probably what drew Clarendon and Loretta Nolan together in the first place. After all, she had managed to fritter away almost her entire fortune, unlike her sister Frances, who still had her inheritance, if not her honor, intact.
Oh, that explains it. What are you driving at, Holmes?
From all I've heard of Clarendon, I suspect his interest in Frances was directed toward her sizable bank account.
So sorry.
Enter and be recognized. Oh, you don't wish to play Her Majesty, eh? Very well.
You do not seem particularly disturbed by the recent turn of events, Miss Nolan.
Each of us grieves in his own way, Mr. Holmes.
It must be difficult for you to face the possibility that your own sister may have killed your dearest chum.
Guy was fun to be with. And as for Frances, I love her dearly, but, well, it's funny to think Miss Right and Proper has finally gotten herself into a bit of a jam.
Miss Nolan, may I ask, when was the last time you saw Guy Clarendon?
Let me think. I believe it was the Richmond's party last Thursday. Yes, I'm sure of it. God, we did cut it up a bit there.
And after the party?
We did not go home together, if that's what you're implying. That would have broken Frances's heart. She was head over heels for Guy, you know. She had some foolish notion that he was going to marry her. Not that someone like him ever would. But I do recall her saying, and it might have been the night of his death, that she was going to have a talk with him about their future.
So sorry, we haven't done a
At first, I thought it must have been one of the servants. After all, there was no sign of a search, and nothing else was disturbed.
Did you question them?
Thoroughly, but none of them would admit a thing. It really wasn't until Hardinge and Bessie Durth were robbed, and the newspapers referred to us as victims of the society burglar, that I was certain it wasn't any of my staff. By the way, can you recommend a good housekeeper and valet?
So sorry, we
They take claims to 14,000. June Baker. Okay, wait. We're not lost. I found it. Here it is. Okay, so let me take a photo here. Because remember what he said. It has listed amounts, but it has him as a different name. Well, remember the letter that we found in the victim's area? It was a list of items with dates. Well, to look at the dates here. remember, he said it was this when they named him Clifford. But also remember in the victim's hotel room, there were plates and there were amounts. You have a diamond necklace, diamond tiara, diamond pendant, ruby earrings, diamond necklace, diamond bracelet, emerald bracelet, diamond stick pin, and a lot of other stuff too. And they all have the victim's names next to it. Okay, so we have them here, the listed items. And this is July the 4th, 1888. So yeah, we have finally found something here in the July the 4th, 1888 column. So let's go to the paper. Roger Baker.
Well, it was an unfortunate event, but to tell you the truth, to me it was a mere bauble, a trinket I had to replace for my wife the very next day.
And nothing else was stolen?
Not a thing, and it appeared there'd been no search.
Okay, actually, I had to switch a bit. So remember what he just said. He said that it was something that could be easily replaced. But he was able to replace it so quickly the next day. So what does that mean? Because that would have been Mr. Baker. So that was the diamond stick pin. So not like a pin that you write with, like a stick pin, like a little pin. Like in your, like a little pin, P-I-N. Like maybe a hairpin, and it was 500 pounds. So on the list, that was the least expensive one. One that could be easily replaced. What I think is that they were hitting at big, smaller items, but then maybe this person was hitting at bigger items, and something happened. Okay. So let's see here. Checking the list. Let's see. Harden. So here we are, Harden.
My wife and I were guests at a small dinner party at the home of Otis Richmond. We arrived home sometime after midnight, and as my wife was putting away her finery, she noticed the bracelet was missing from her jewelry box, and we summoned the police immediately.
The servants were questioned?
Oh, they've all been with us for a number of years, and I haven't the slightest suspicion about them. But yes, the police did question them thoroughly. All were in bed asleep by the time we arrived home, and none heard anything untoward.
And nothing else was taken?
Surprisingly not.
Yet you're positive that the bracelet has not simply been misplaced?
No, my wife actually put it on while she was preparing for the evening, and then she decided against it. I saw her put it back in the box.
Where does she keep the box?
In her dressing table, there's a special compartment in the side of it. The box fits in rather neatly.
So that's very specific. Remember what we said is a special compartment in the vanity there is placed. So remember, Todd, he says that she had it on, she never changed her mind. On the place where it usually is in her special compartment in her jewelry vanity. So that's very specific, fully. Like that's fully very specific.
sure, I remember Clarendon. He and his lady friend used to stop in here from time to time. Usually on their way to Kilgore's gaming parlor or coming back from it. Rumor has it, Clarendon was in.
At first, I thought it must have been one of the servants. After all, there was no sign of a search, and nothing else was disturbed.
Did you question them?
Thoroughly, but none of them would admit a thing. It really wasn't until Hardinge and Bessie Durth were robbed, and the newspapers referred to us as victims of the society burglar, that I was certain it wasn't any of my staff. By the way, can you recommend a good housekeeper and valet?
We were at a reception at Buckingham Palace for the new head of the China delegation. Upon arriving home, my wife discovered that her favorite ruby earrings were missing. We noticed nothing else out of place. No sign of a search, that is. And none of the servants had heard anything suspicious.
My husband, God rest his soul, gave me that necklace for our 50th wedding anniversary. And woe betide the blighter that took it, I say.
I can certainly understand your consternation, madam. May I assume that you were out the evening it was taken?
Oh, yes, the house was completely empty. Sybil, my housekeeper, and I were attending the masked charity ball at St. Mary's for the benefit of unwed mothers. It wouldn't surprise me if that scoundrel was responsible in that direction as well. Society burglar, indeed. He's of the lower classes, mark my words.
Do you keep your jewels locked up?
Oh, I keep them in a very secret place. A box made to look like a copy of Great Expectations on the bookshelf amidst the other books. Hiram, my late husband, thought of that. But the thief went right to it.
Okay, fool. She said usually listening speak toy book. So, very specified places. So we were on dirt. So the next one is Judd.
It's all quite upsetting, you know. The pendant belonged to my great-great-grandmother, and I was hoping to pass it on to my daughter. And now it's gone.
There, Mrs. Judd, you mustn't worry. With Holmes and I on the case, we're sure to recover your pendant. By the way, where did you keep it when you weren't wearing it?
In the toe of my old black button-ups. And I don't recall ever having mentioned that to anyone. Or at least I don't think I did.
The tiara was a terribly valuable piece of jewelry, and it meant so much to my wife. She has been under a doctor's care since the theft. In fact, just yesterday she took a room at the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is she prone to bouts of nervousness?
Perhaps lately it seems so. She was absolutely undone when young Clarendon poured champagne down the borders of her gown at Richmond's party. Come to think of it, that was the last time she wore her tiara. She was so proud of it. And several of the ladies at that party admired it openly.
Where did Lady Leeds keep the tiara when she wasn't wearing it?
In the bottom drawer of her bureau, where she kept some of her more frilly undergarments.
Were there any signs of a search? Drawers left open, that sort of thing?
No, and that's what strikes me as so peculiar. It's as if the burglar knew right where to look.
So sorry.
Let's see.
Well, the Clarendon murders look fairly open and shut, if you ask me. Not your typical murderers, I admit, but there you have it.
It appears as though Guy and Loretta, the terrible twins, will afflict us no more. Loretta must be desolate, what with the loss of a kindred spirit and fellow prankster.
Prankster?
Well, yes, my good fellow. I'll never forget the time Clarendon poured champagne down the front of Lady Leeds's new Paris gown for the sole purpose of Loretta's amusement.
I would think she must also be distraught at the loss of her lover, not to mention the imprisonment of her sister.
Well, I'm not sure about Loretta's feelings toward her sister, but I do know that Guy and Loretta were not lovers. Though outwardly they made an excellent couple. He, tall, handsome, and from a moneyed family, and she, beautiful, and an heiress in her own right. Yes, it would have been a match made in heaven. But it was a match made in far hotter regions, I suspect.
Francis claims that she and Clarendon were engaged to be married.
Well, that's hard to imagine, him being who he is. Or was, as it were.
Why do you say that?
Well, Guy Clarendon was not at all a desirable sort. He'd all but been disowned by his own father for his compulsive gambling. The utter disregard for other people's money is probably...
You're quite sure the murder weapon was a small caliber pistol?
Quite. I'd also wager to say he'd been shot at very close range.
Ghastly.
Tell us, Sir Jasper, at what time did you receive the body?
Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And how much time would you judge to have elapsed from the time of the murder?
Well, it's always difficult to be precise in these matters, but I'd venture to say he'd been dead anywhere from 4 to 10 hours.
So sorry.
Why even trouble yourself with this one, Holmes?
You believe Francis Nolan to be guilty?
Guilty as a cat would swallow a canary.
And on what do you base that brilliant deduction?
Look, Francis Nolan claims not to have known that Clarendon was residing at Halliday's. Yet she proceeded directly to his room where she shot the bloke. She claims not to have owned a gun. Yet the gun found in her hand was purchased at Esgoff and the receipt had her name on it, for Christ's sake. No, that little lady will never see the light of day again.
We have evidence. Huh?
Do you remember a woman who came in recently and purchased a Derringer?
Oh, matter of fact, I do, sir. We don't get women in
Remember,
here very
it's not
often,
call,
especially
it's
not alone.
call.
And I particularly remember that one because she was so pretty and she looked like she really knew how to have a good time, if you'll pardon the expression.
Do you remember her name?
I should say I do. She repeated it twice whilst I was filling out the order form. Seems like it was very important to her that I get her name right. Let me see, it was Frances, no, Les, well, it was Frances something or other, sir.
Okay, because I just remembered they talked about the gun place. I thought it was golf. It was golf.
Hear ye,
Oh, well, that's what we needed.
hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court stands in session. Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy Clarendon.
That is correct, my lord.
Would you be so kind as to tell the court who killed Mr. Clarendon? Please choose from either your notebook or directory, Mr. Holmes.
Certainly, my lord.
Okay, so it was Loretta Nolan.
I see. And what was Loretta Nolan's motive for killing Clarendon?
Hmm. Well, remember, they were pranksters. But remember, she thought she was royalty. When the tiara Todd went missing was considered a Cleopatra tiara.
Agreed. Pure and simple. Now, have you determined why Frances Nolan went to Halliday's?
I have, my lord.
Please inform the court.
So, there was some money. Loretta told her that Guy. I think she
Not
was
a very sisterly
hypnotized.
thing to do at all. Is there anything else you wish to report to the court?
Yes, my lord. I believe we've also solved the case of the society burglar.
You don't say. Who is the guilty party?
Remember, we may choose from either the notebook or the directory.
I believe we are already aware of that, Watson.
Because think of it, the memory losses, random things. It's like she was hypnotized. But remember, she's speaking to a doctor who probably has her under hypnosis. So, because of that, I see that as her learning how to hypnotize her sister. The burglar was Guy Clarendon.
Guy Clarendon was straight from the upper crust. Why ever did he turn to a life of crime?
His father cut him off financially.
Congratulations, gentlemen. This was a difficult case.
On the contrary, my lord, it was elementary.
That's what you think. Nonetheless, the good people of London are forever in your debt. We thank you.
My pleasure, my lord.
Well, Watson, we should be very pleased with ourselves on this one.
Yes, indeed, Holmes. 2 cases solved for Scotland Yard, though I doubt that Lestrade will consider himself in our debt. 2? Yes, indeed. First, the society burglar. Clarendon was £7,000 in debt to the gambler Kilgore. Unfortunately, he was in his father's bad graces and he was flat broke.
Do you suppose Kilgore sent Bullock around to rough Clarendon up?
Good deduction, Watson. You're learning. That's why he moved into Halliday's, to escape Gus Bullock.
And to pay off his debts, he took to burglary.
Right you are. He acquired a black sweater, trousers, and a pair of black canvas shoes so as not to be seen or heard in the dead of night. He chose victims of his own class whose social comings and goings he knew well and whose homes he'd visited often.
I still don't understand why, after he'd settled in at Halliday's, he changed rooms.
Elementary, my dear Watson. To be at the back of the hotel with a vine-covered trellis conveniently leading in and out of his bedroom window.
Quite so. Positively clever of you.
May I continue?
Oh, please do.
On the 1st of June, Bullock tracked Clarendon down and confronted him in the lobby. Clarendon paid him the £5,000 that was given to him by his father.
But he still owed Kilgore £2,000. And that was the same evening the society burglar struck for the first time.
So pleased you've been paying attention, Watson. Soon after that, Clarendon, Kilgore, and Calvin Leach, a known trafficker in stolen goods, were seen together. Notice, if you will, that 1/2 the value of the first 3 society burglaries is equal to £2,000. Half the value being the price normally paid by Calvin Leach for stolen goods. Notice also that this same amount is equal to the balance of Clarendon's debt to Kilgore.
Fascinating. So with his new vocation, Clarendon now had an easy source of income.
Quite so, as his succeeding bank transactions evidence. On the day after each of the next 3 burglaries, Clarendon made deposits. Everything went along swimmingly, and by June 30th, his debt was paid.
But the tiara was stolen July 1st.
Yes, Watson. Apparently, young Clarendon thought he'd found himself a new vocation. He might have lasted longer at it if he'd chosen something else to steal.
Whatever do you mean, Holmes?
Loretta Nolan's delusion that she was born of royal parentage proved to be his undoing.
If she took it, how did she manage? No one saw her enter or leave.
She came and went the same way Clarendon did, via the trellis. She was armed with a derringer purchased at Escott's in her sister's name. Clarendon returned from his night's work and poured 2 glasses of wine in celebration. That's when Loretta Nolan shot him and took the tiara.
How wicked of her.
Not nearly as wicked as what she did next.
What?
She went to her sister Frances's home and hypnotized her. She then proceeded to instruct her to go to Clarendon's room with the derringer and fire it into the ceiling.
Incriminate her own sister? But why?
If we could determine that precisely, we could start our own institute.
Sick mind, no doubt. But tell me, Holmes, how did Clarendon know the precise locations of each of his victims' jewels?
Excellent question, Watson. Although there is no clear-cut evidence for this, I can only assume that Loretta Nolan must have been in on it, too. The only way Clarendon could have known the locations of the jewels was if the victims themselves had told him where to look. None of them recalls having told anyone, but in fact they did tell someone.
Who?
Loretta Nolan. She managed to hypnotize each of the ladies whose jewels were stolen and got them to reveal the precise locations of the family treasures.
And left them with no memory of having done so.
Precisely.
Astounding, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
But you know what? I can't be... I can't be mad at Loretta. But you have to remember what happened to her. She was in a carriage where her parents died from an explosion. Like, who knows how long she went without counseling or help? And when it got too bad, they stepped in. So, yeah, she's definitely feeling, no part about that. But you can't help but feel a bit like maybe she needed more help than I thought. Because back in these days, getting psychological help is usually something you help for yourself. Because just she felt lonely and betrayed, yeah. It's like, and also, like I said, remember, she was 4 years old when this happened. Yeah, she didn't have injuries, but the mental, and like I said as well, and this time, getting psychological help, did anyone ever know about it? You were high society? Hi. Yo-Yo Studios, hello. Welcome to the stream here. We're actually about to end it because I may have to just save the 3rd one for another day. I think I'll put that on with Bad Team Fever on Tuesday or Monday. Yeah, it's like in those time, if it turned out a higher status person was getting psychological help, it was something that would be met with so much hate. Or even just controversy as well. Oh yeah, it's like, if she maybe got help a bit later, Or if she got help a bit earlier, I was trying to say, then maybe this would have not happened. Because remember what they said at the beginning? They weren't supposed to be killed. It was mistaken identity. It was meant for a royal person. But the person told the weapon or the bomb in the wrong carriage. So in her eyes at that age, she's thinking, oh, they're royalty. They're royalty. I'm supposed to have these things. I'm royalty. Yeah, it took it longer than expected. But yeah, we're like over 4 hours altogether with this game. So I'm going to save the final one for Monday with Bad Dream Fever. So we'll have our like horror, but also our mystery. So Monday is going to be mixed up Monday. We're going to mix up some horror with some mystery here. But in the end, I totally feel the place for Retta. Because again, in this time, getting psychological help, it had to be hush-hush. On this, like, who knows how long she been completed, or how long did it form with her until it got too much. Perhaps it was too late by the time they died when the sea was already gone. I just hope, Lily, hopefully the ship will needing mental health change.
My word, dear.
But yeah, this is a case where I feel a bit sorry for the suspect because, again, her parents died because of mistaken identity. The person that killed him thought it was the royal family, and when she's probably told that, she's like, they're royalty. They were killed because they were royalty. And it's like the poor girl has that in her mind, and by the time she gets killed because of it, it's already too late. The thoughts are already imbued there, fully. So, yeah, it's like we got the suspect, but there's more than he's helped with that. So, yeah, we're going to quit. No, I'm not going to say. And I'm going to say about us rating someone, fully. So, like I said, mix it up, Moonplay. We're going to do Bad, Clean, Fever, in the third
I forgot to say to you, but Happy Woman Day.
Is Happy Woman Day? Oh, goodness, Danke. Thank you. Yeah, I had no idea. Okay, but yeah, so I just typed it in the chat here. Kathleen Beaver on the third chapter of Sherlock Holmes, Counseling Detective Tuesday, is going to be my break, because it's going to be my take a break Tuesday. And I try to make my breaks on Tuesday, on Thursday, so they're not interfering with the main schedule. So yeah, we're going to have a jam-packed stream for Monday. So that way we at least have 4 hours of screen time, or more than 3 hours of screen time, when I come back on Wednesday. So yeah, let me get the right music up here. One moment. Okay, I'm pausing all ads. Is there for a moment here? Pause all ads because we're ending the same. It has been created. Will be the is playing right now. I am in the flames right now. Will be the hot on the airplane. This is a good friend of mine, so it's been a bit since I read them. Oh yeah, shoes will be the same. Shoes will read music will hear you out.
Yeah.